minutes for the organizational meeting.
I'll move.
Okay. Blaine's moving those. Any questions about them? Nothing. Vote.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is bylaw 2021-25, the soil erosion in road allowance bylaw. It has received first reading, and there is background and the bylaw for council's information. The recommended motion from administration that council move to provide second and third readings for bylaw 2021-25 as presented, and the Director of Municipal Services and the Agricultural Fieldman plus members of the Ag Service Board may want to provide comment on this bylaw.
Dustin's moving second. You have the floor. Do you have any comments on it?
No comments. If there's any questions, I can try to answer them.
Does anybody have any questions? It's pretty self-explanatory what we're trying to do there. So
Yeah, and then just some updating that had to happen. Last year, we've seen a fair amount of soil erosion in the county due to the high winds we had throughout the winter, and bringing forward with some adjustments to make it more current.
okay. Shane?
I'd just like to add to that comment that the other counties have put in certain same type of bylaw now for this erosion, and what has happened this fall, it was very, very hard to buy any winter wheat, or fall rye, or fall triticale, because a lot of these guys understand now, so they went and planted fall crops to keep their soil settled down. So, and if you drive around, a lot of these fields that blew last year are reseeded to a fall crop just to hold down the soil.
Makes sense. Any other comments? Not seeing any. I'll ask for the vote. Okay, that's carried. Third reading. Michelle, making third. Oh, do you have a question?
Not about this, no.
Oh, okay. Okay. Michelle made the motion for third. Vote. Putting your hand up. Carried. Michelle, you had a question?
Not on this, though. I missed it. The organizational chart thing that you guys have on the ASB, it's got my name on there and not Blaine's. That's all.
Oh,
On the attachment of the listing of the committees. Okay, we'll correct that. So the minutes will reflect as amended.
do we need to re-vote on that, or do we need to change it? No.
Unless you
got it?
guys are, yeah, unless there's concern with it, but it would be,
No.
the org minutes will be as amended with that change. Did you guys notice anything else?
I didn't even catch that one. I went over it. So,
Well, I read it and that was the only thing that my name is still on the exam.
Sounds good. Thank you for that.
Okay, thank you, Michelle. 7.1, Charlene.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is the October capital update. The attachment is the actual versus budget. There is background and the listing of the capital. So the recommended motion is that council receive the October 2021 capital budget update as information. And if you have any questions, we would be happy to answer them.
Thank you. Shane, you're making that motion? Do you have any questions, or does anybody? Dustin?
I was just curious what we ended up going with for a reclaimer.
Kim?
We went with another RM 500. It was the only one that was in budget.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. So we're voting to receive for information on that one. So it is?
Correct.
No, to accept the budget as, to receive the budget
As information, yeah.
as information. Okay,
Correct.
vote. It's carried. CAO report.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you use the CAO report, is there any questions?
Robin?
Can I ask you a question about CP and Irvin in public? Okay, how are those going so far? Is there kind of a timeline with regards to mediation or what that's going to look like?
The Canadian Transportation Agency has assigned us a mediator. I have spoke with them and with him and had extensive correspondence. The next step is he reaches out to CP to talk to one of their representatives. So the goal is to get both parties to the table, and that's where we're at right now. He should be getting back to me later this week. She said it'd take a couple weeks for that to happen. In the meantime, a representative from CP has gone to the site and is evaluating the safety concerns regarding whistle cessation. So it's moving ahead.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Who made that motion? Robin. Yeah, okay. Not seeing any. Vote. Okay, that's carried. Reeve Counselors report. Shane, can you start for us, please?
Very quiet, dealt with some complaints from the taxpayers and just attended the our organization meeting since the last meeting and after the election. So that's been it.
It's been a while since we've had a council meeting, so Shane and I were also at the Ag Service Convention since the last council meeting. And I have had, several meetings with the Cypress View Foundation, like 2 a week. If you want more information, I can't say what's going on over this, but if you want more information, ask. I had an FCSS AA meeting and the organizational meeting and more Cypress View meetings. And yeah, that's about it. Looking forward to the new council in the new year.
Thank you, Michelle. Blaine?
Well, just finishing up from the election and went to the organizational meeting. So this will be my first council meeting. Looking forward to learning about council and its directives. Thank you.
Thank you. Richard?
Wednesday, October 27th, we had a community futures meeting. We're still doing that by Zoom.
maybe in the next one, we might try and do face to face. Numerous phone calls over the proposed city electrical substation on the 122, right off the number 3. It would be, if we went through, it would be, if it goes through, it'd be right up against numerous Cypress County residents. And so of course, there's a lot of conversation about that. And drove on some roads, looked at some issues and the normal stuff. So that's it.
Thank you. Dustin?
No meetings besides the organizational meeting. We actually got some rain, so our roads are actually a mess. It's fantastic. I'm so happy to see it because it hasn't rained this year yet. So, but actually the grader's been doing a really good job here lately that I've seen. I actually see how that packer works on the back from now, and that actually does a pretty good job when there's a little moisture for it to work on. So be actually interesting to see what that works out like now that there's actually something to do some testing with on it.
Thank you. Robin?
Fielded a couple calls. Well, one specifically from president of a local water association with regards to setting up or having hydrants made available for our fire services. I'll chat with you guys about that down the road. That was an interesting call from yesterday. We had our organizational meeting this last week, and in the last couple of weeks, there's been a lot of well, now since the election's been done, I've had 2 or 3 different orientations with FCM, their president, the CEO. Yesterday, we had our first face-to-face by Zoom, but with the federal minister for rural economic development, Minister Hutchings is out of Western Newfoundland. We addressed our key priorities. Being that it was yesterday, I don't have a written report, but I will have that at the next meeting. We discussed the rural broadband issue, infrastructure funding for rural municipalities, housing and rural homelessness issues. The most urgent of the priorities that we discussed is the RCMP costing. Not too sure if council's aware, but FCM put forward as part of their key recommendations before the election that we are asking the federal government to absorb the retroactive cost increases that the collective bargaining agreement created for municipalities, basically arguing the fact that, for one, we weren't at the table. For 2, municipalities have a hard time to manage unexpected costs. We can't have deficits, anything like that. And so, we're going to continue to push for that. We have our board meetings in Ottawa in 3 weeks. We invited the minister to be attending that. Sounds like she will be. The other thing that was an exciting, development that happened following the federal election was that we as an executive and FCM put forward a request to have a economic development minister that's tied to the regional agencies versus just having one that applies to the entire country. We wanted to see one that worked specifically with the prairies, specifically with BC. The Atlantic regions actually had their own economic or opportunity minister for years. And this had a huge part to do with the fact that West task force that was established at the last election is now, being tied up and is stopping. They gave us what we asked for. So we actually have regionally appointed ministers now that will work with the regional industry agencies on economic development. So some good progress being made on that. So that is my update for the last few weeks, Mr. Reef. Thank you.
Thank you, Robin. Lloyd?
Yes, I had again my first council meeting. Quite pleased to be here, willing to work with everybody. Hope we have a good year. Been quite busy with the Elkwater Fire Hall. They've called twice. I've been over there. Their concerns are equipment and the building at 1-4. I've spoken with some of the senior staff at the park who want to do a meet and greet, have coffee with Peter. So I'm trying to set that up down the road, and then they have things that they want to discuss. Yeah. I've been on council before.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I've had, same as you guys, the org meeting and lots of phone calls. Cypress View, as Michelle said, we're both on that board, so there's quite a bit going on there right now. Came in and did some check signing and got the agenda ready. I do apologize for not having my report on here. It will be on here next time. I was just crazy busy the last week, so I didn't get a chance to get it on with Leslie on, but will be for the next one. We get somebody to move the reports. Michelle? Yeah. Oh, Shane, go ahead.
This is actually going to back up onto the CEO report. I knew there was something with the rural crime watch signs. The county of 40 Mile and the county of Warner, and that they were quite inventive. They attached the rural crime watch sign to their nice big welcome to Cypress County. Welcome to county of 40 Mile, the ones on the highway. They just put a bracket on the side. And there's the nice big rural crime watch sign right there. They both did it. On all their, that was down through Foremost, down through Sterling and that way. And now they added it right on their big signs. So it's quite, I thought it was a
Good
nice
idea.
touch.
Thank you. Anything else or any questions? Michelle made the motion to accept the reports. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.1, Terlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The grain bag rolling and recycling policy review. The recommended motion that council move to approve the amendments to policy ASB 2.7 grain bag rolling and recycling as presented, and to direct administration to amend the master rates bylaw with the proposed changes to bring back to council. Before you is background information and the policy. The changes are in red. Any questions?
Thank you. Somebody want to move this one? Lloyd? You have the floor. Do you have any questions? No? Okay. Anybody else have any questions about the policy? Go ahead.
I guess my question may be more about the master rates bylaw, but just under the guidelines for non-rate payers that they may, do we have two separate rates in the master rate guidelines? Because it would seem to me like if I can totally understand subsidizing rate payers that are paying tax and everything, but if we're going to be doing it outside of that, I think that we should remove any kind of subsidy that might have been built in. That's more of a rate. I'm happy to see this approved as it is. It might just be more of a rate payer discussion, or not rate payer, master rates discussion when that time comes.
Dustin?
So currently, there's no charge for county residents to use this piece of machinery. So completely subsidized. And the reason behind the subsidization on it is if we don't do it, we end up re-rolling matter transfer sites anyways, because nobody really has the equipment to take and do this, to roll them tight enough and properly enough for them to be shipped for recycling. And that was the original reason behind buying this piece of machinery. It was to take it, essentially save our staff that time. So they'll go out to the ratepayers and they'll roll them. And this allows it that ratepayers could do it themselves if they'd like to as well. And also if it goes out of the municipality, then there's a charge. That's the idea behind it.
And that was the idea all along, but we send people out to roll for the farmer.
Yeah, so that's where our ag staff does do that. So they'll go out and they'll actually roll up. The farmer has to assist them with doing it with a tractor or whatever to take and drag the bag out, and then they actually do the rolling, the staff does, and then they bring it back to the county yard and then they're shipped off.
So I guess my question is, we get some kind of money back on the plastic.
Yes.
Does that cover the cost of sending the workers out to do the extra work. When we originally did this, it was for the farmer to do it himself. And now we're paying staff to work for the farmer. Does it cover off the costs?
I can't answer that question because I'm not entirely sure, but I'm gonna go with probably not. Shane might actually know.
Shane?
I don't think it does, Dan, but what was happening also, the farmer doesn't do it right, we can't ship it. They're not tight enough. Or if they're dirty, then we can't ship it. Then their bags are here and we gotta handle them. They're in there. We gotta take them to our landfill. Not they're a waste. So I mean, it's just about a saw off of recycling these bags properly so they don't go into our landfill or into our dump sites.
And I agree. That's why we bought that, was to do that. And I guess nobody looked at this being a cost in the future.
I guess the big thing with it is they were coming to our transfer sites already and getting put into the recycling pile. And they weren't rolled tight enough or well enough for us to ship them. And then they were having to go out there and unroll them at the transfer sites and re-roll them again, which is, if you've ever unrolled a large plastic bag, it's not the world's greatest job.
Yep.
So it was easier for them to actually just go out and roll them on site and transport them in. And then it was done properly and there wasn't the redoing it. I don't know if Lisa has anything to add, but I think that's the basis of it.
Yeah, no, and we haven't had many requests to go to producers to roll the bags. So like Dustin says, they were ending up more in big piles at the transfer sites, which was more time consuming than anything to, you know, get them flat and clean enough to roll. So this seemed more appropriate to what's, you know, if there was going to be a couple farmers during the course of the year that they would call us kind of when they were empty. So they were already clean and flat and it's quick to take it and just roll them when they're ready to go. So.
Okay, I don't have a problem with it if it's keeping well, I do a little bit, but it's still keeping it at the transfer sites. And I see where you guys are going with it. To me, we're doing the job for somebody else, as the rest of the taxpayers are doing the job to clean that up, and I don't think that's fair, but I understand why you're doing it. Don't worry, Shane, we'll give you free labor yet, so. Richard?
Something that I've always wondered about is, so why do people use those grain bags? Is it an alternative to buying a
Grainer.
grain bin?
So a lot of times they use them on rented land. Where if they have rented land that's say 10 miles away from their yard, they'll actually bag it on site and then they don't have to try and correlate putting up bins on some property they don't own. That's kind of a big thing behind it.
So the companies that supply the bags should actually have a fee attached to it that would pay for our bill to do the recycling. Because they're the ones that are benefiting from it. And we're picking up the bulk. Just trying to wrap my head around it.
Yeah, it's kind of a silly program, but before the actual bag recycling program came around, all that stuff ended up in the landfill or got burnt on site, which neither of the two we really want. So I know it's a terrible expense that it's not a horrible expense really, but it's an expense that I guess the municipality have to eat it in order to actually see that stuff recycled properly.
Yeah. Any other questions? Robin?
On the statement of expense, do we know kind of what this program has cost us in the past? Like, are we talking about a couple $1,000 or are we talking about $100,000?
So, Mr.
Taylor.
Chairman, so this is a new program and with Clean Farms as well. Their partnership in with this. So what I would recommend is that there's always the Ag Service Board does a program review. And then so the Ag Service Board does that. And then in the spring, the Ag Service Board presents that program review to council. So at that time, perhaps would be advantageous to have the bag roller and other programs to bring back to council what the cost is. Would that be appropriate?
Yeah, be good for that. Do you need a motion for that then?
Yeah, that would be awesome. So just the motion I'd recommend is that the Agricultural Service Board includes in the annual report that's presented to council a kind of a cost benefit analysis of programming that the Ag Service Board provides to county ratepayers.
Okay, we'll make that after I have a motion on the floor right now with Lloyd, and then we'll get that one after this. Any other questions on ASB policy grain bags? Not seeing any, I'll ask for the vote. That's carried. Robin, you're making. Richard, you have a question?
I do have a question on that. When these rates were established, were other counties contacted to ask them what they're charging, or did we just kind of work it out amongst the ag board?
No, we kind of researched a few different municipalities around. There's some that charge a fee for their producers and others. It's a free program. Yeah, and you know, there's a bunch of different options out there. So.
Okay. Okay, any other questions about the motion? Not seeing any. Vote. Okay, that's carried. 10.2, Tara-Lynn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The ASB P6.2 strychnine sales. The recommended motion is that council rescind policy ASB P6.2 strychnine sales. That strychnine is no longer available for purchase. Therefore, administration recommends that this policy is rescinded, which is very unfortunate that that has happened.
Robin?
Yeah, I'll move the recommended motion. The question I had with regards to that, I know strychnine, as Tara-Lynn said, it's unfortunate. There were some other replacements that were kind of being looked at. I've heard, you know, over the last year, has anything kind of emerged as the next thing? What are they intending to replace this with?
Question, they're not, is the answer. The options are gonna have.
So,
gophers everywhere.
okay, so that's an unfortunate answer, but I guess the coming from the southeast corner where we got tons of farmers and ranchers and stuff like that, this to me sounds like something that would be important for us to look at from an advocacy standpoint, be it provincially. One of the things like this would be a tough one to take federally as far as like an FCM standpoint, but RMA does have, they're developing a federal advocacy team for rural issues that are specific to rural Alberta as well. Maybe it's something that we look at bringing up to them. I just thoughts from you guys. It just seems like something that when you lose something that's so important, and then there's no answer for replacement, it seems like there's got to be something's got to be done, or at least pressure to be done.
I know Jeffrey has some, I know we took it to the RMA 2 years ago and it was brought with Jeffrey.
Yeah, correct. Yeah, and I guess for the past 2 or 3 years, while this has been a hot topic at the Provincial Ag Service Board Conference, many municipalities have brought resolutions forward, and the elected Ag Service Board members can speak to this better than I can because they've attended the conferences, but it has been brought forward as resolutions to put more pressure on the provincial government, to try and put more pressure on the federal government. And it's been at both the Ag Service Board level and at the RMA level. So I'll let the elected officials expand on that.
Go ahead, Michelle.
That's pretty much exactly what I was going to say. We have been advocating for this for years already, and it hasn't made any difference whatsoever. They're still canceling it, and they haven't got a suitable replacement for it either.
Yeah, I think at the RMA level, it was said, okay, you're taking it out, but what are you putting in? That was Dustin.
Probably the worst part about it is anytime you're dealing with PMRA or Health Canada, once they make a decision, it's final and there's no way to take and reverse it. And advocating for something to replace it is something we could do, but advocating to Health Canada, you have to bring them something before you do it. And the PMRA is not going to go out on their own and find it either. So it's going to have to be a company that has something, and it's going to have to go through the chains before we can actually get anywhere with it.
Mr. Chairman, also a letter was sent to Health Canada and PMRA to this effect, and I do not believe we got a response to that. That was a while ago. I'm pretty sure we didn't get a response to that.
Things are in motion. It's just not moving very fast. Okay. Any other questions on it? Okay, the motion on the floor is to rescind that policy. Vote. That's carried. 10.3, Carolyn.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. ASB policy 9.0 soil erosion. Now that the bylaw has been approved with second and third reading, the policy follows, and the council moved to approve amendments to the ASB P9.0 soil erosion policy as presented. There is background information and the policy is there for your review. The changes are in red.
Thank you. Shane,
I'll make that motion.
any questions or comments? Prove it or pretty self-explanatory. Okay, not seeing any. Vote. Carried. Dustin has excused himself from 10.4. Carolyn, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Duty officer job description. Back in the spring of 19, it was identified that measures needed to be implemented to assist in incident command. When we have an event in this neck of the woods, we have an event. We have derailments, massive fires. It's not commonly, incident command is not utilized for small events. It is for our larger sized events. And so now we've evaluated in the past couple of years. And part of that evaluation process was going out to the members and to the fire district fire chiefs and incident command to see the pros and cons. And that position is needed as we have large scale events here. And so before you is the job description and background, and administration's recommendation that council move to approve the duty officer. In the past it was called incident command. We're changing it. Our recommendation is to change it to duty officer job description as presented.
Thank you. Robin.
So we've had this conversation in the past, and I guess what I'm struggling with this right now is I'd be happy to approve this for information. I don't see why this needs to come to council. Like if I think that when it comes down to job descriptions and managing emergency services, that falls under the emergency services director or under the CAO's purview. I think that when council starts to approve job descriptions that are outside of the CAO, I think that we're treading into operational decision-making, and I don't know that that's, I know you're probably just more providing it so that we're aware and that it's on the table, but I don't think that this empowers as much as it gets us into the weeds. So I would be fine receiving it for information and saying, give her, do what you guys need to do.
Well, I'm going to give you, for instance, Robin, Michelle said earlier that we're at the Cypress View board quite a bit. And this is exactly what we should have had at the Cypress View board, because we have a whole bunch of problems that we had I guess you can say a rogue CAO go. And we have positions now that are created that we can't control, and with unions and stuff there, it's a disaster. So I don't disagree with this when there's something that's coming in. As long as the council or the board approves and sees what they're doing, then we at least have some control on what's taking place. Jeffrey?
Thank you. And I don't want to take away Tara Lynn's thought or thunder here, but traditionally, administration has always brought the job descriptions forward to council for review and acceptance and approval because of the budgetary implications that they have. And the duty officer, or formerly incident commander, also has budgetary component to it, in the sense that they do get remuneration for their hours for being on call. So I guess maybe that's traditionally what the justification or rationale was for presenting these job descriptions to council.
Robin?
Yeah, and I can empathize with and I appreciate that perspective. But again, from where I'm coming from, if it should be up to administration to justify the position, the expense, and then to present a budget that has all things considered, not for council to receive it and then think, okay, well, in November, we're going to have to think about how we justify this, because it's too much overlap in the council role and the administrative role, where we're supposed to be governance minded, nose in, hands out, and this is more of an operational decision. So again, like I don't mind it being presented for information. I really do have a principal problem with us being the ones that are literally saying, yes, the job description's okay. And because there's no budget implications in this either. Like, yes, it's implied, but if we're receiving it because it's going to have a financial impact, then we don't have the information in it anyways. So again, I'm fine with the role if you feel it's necessary. I appreciate the heads up, and it's good. And from the Cypress View conversation, Dan, I hear where you're coming from with that. And so, showing us that it's there and that it's a part of a kind of an it for information package, I'm okay with that.
Shane?
I disagree with you, Robin. I mean, I think we need to know the stuff. It has an it affects our budgets and stuff. New roles and that, so we got to be informed, and I agree with it, and not so we end up with like Cypress View. So no, I don't believe in your statement there.
So based on that, Shane, how does this impact our budget? Because there's no numbers.
It's right there. It is an exception that the duty officer is being paid on a monthly basis, with each on-call shift being 24 hours. And it's an on-call for a minimum of 7 days per month. So stating.
Okay, so we have a motion on the floor to receive for information from Robin. I will ask for the vote on that. Vote.
I'll make motion number 1, that council move to approve the duty officer job description as presented.
I'm just going to comment why I'm in favor of this. As counselors, we do hear the odd conversation about how come there's so many employees. It's good for us to be able to know when a position is created, so that we can explain to people, look at this, this is important. It's just like when we got a health and safety officer. We never used to have that years ago. I'm just trying to think of a couple of the other ones. So I appreciate this part of it so that when I get questioned, I can say, oh, yeah, we did a duty officer, or one of those is a duty officer, and this is the job. So the more information I can have to answer the ratepayers' questions, the better off I am. So.
I don't want to turn this into an argument because it is based more on the principle side of things. I'm all for the information. But when we're the ones that are being asked to approve it, we're actually exercising the role of the CAO. And there's a difference between the two. I will support this. That's not a problem. I will support this. But now, as stated even by Jeffrey, it has financial implications, and it would be irresponsible for us to approve it simply as just a job description without having the full picture of how it's going to impact the financial. Even if it's only a few $1,000s, it can be amended and put in there. But if that's the reason why council is being asked to approve something that should be it's well within the purview of our staff who are hired to do this stuff. And so yeah, those are my statements. I've made my point, and I'm not against it per se. It's just
I just wanted to say that I'm all for this. I think it's great. And we're just lucky to have a wonderful CAO, because there are other boards where the CAO is not so wonderful. And now we're dealing with positions that weren't there. And we had absolutely no idea that they were coming. So I'm thankful for this.
On Tara-Lynn's behalf, I've heard her say it before, so I'm just going to repeat it. And we can appreciate Councillor Kirby-White's comments on that they come from a place of empowering staff, and we very much appreciate that. When it comes to administration, the separation of governance and administration or operations, and right now our view on the positions comes from council delivering a level of service, and that's when we would bring job descriptions forward, is because council is now establishing that level of service for the ratepayer. So that's kind of our view on it on Tara-Lynn's behalf.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a request from Victory Silica for a temporary development permit. On page 64, I believe, Mr. Chairman, is the letter from Victory Silica, and there's background information as well. So the Planning Commission at Cypress County, the Planning Commission is the authority for development. And after that, if there's concerns with it in an appeal, it goes to the Subdivision Development Appeal Board. That is the process. So therefore, as per the land use bylaw, council is not authorized to permit a temporary development permit. And therefore, the recommended motion is council to receive as information.
Blaine's making a motion to receive for information. Any questions or comments? Not seeing any, I'll ask for the vote. forgot every time that changes, my mic goes out. That's carried. 10.6.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is HR policy sick leave medical. In red is the changes and in green is additions. We have under medical leave, there's an identified as family sick. However, what has been identified is sometimes, which is very, very unfortunate, we have individuals who have never ever taken a sick day, and they have family members who have cancer treatments and such, and they may need 2 weeks. And so there in here is the ability for the CAO to provide compassion leave within that medical sick / family leave / compassion, and that's what the green is in addition to.
Okay, thank you. Shane, you got any compassion today? You want to make that motion?
I'll make that motion with a question.
Yeah, you have the floor.
Is there, what happens when people abuse? Is there any, where they're phoning in sick more than their allowed time, just, but not in a row? Once this week or then 2 times this next week, or then they skip a week or 3 or and that they're phoning in sick lots. Is there any side of reprimand them, or what's the bylaw there? What happens?
So we have the ability to ask for a note. Also too, there's provisions in place where an individual, if they're abusing the system, you sit down with them and discuss that, and it's progressive discipline that's utilized. We have very limited individuals that would do that, would abuse that. And also too, if it's there for when you are ill, and if you do get ill and do not have sick days, then you need to go on medical EI. And over the years, I've had folks that perhaps did abuse the system, and when they needed it, it wasn't there. And at that time, they did not get compassion leave, and they had to go on medical EI. So that's how we roll with it. We're very fortunate here that we have an outstanding team that does not abuse that. And also too, it was changed as well in the sick leave policy. It was reduced the amount for seasonals for sick days as well. Does that answer your question?
So we don't pay them if they go over the sick days. That's okay. Any other questions?
Mechanisms in place such as medical EI.
Any other questions? Not seeing any. Ask for the vote. That's carried. Okay, our delegation's here for 11, so we'll take a 5-minute break. She got really easy on that job. Eh? Okay, that's carried. Blaine, you had a comment or a motion?
Well, I just would like to say, I think that we should have something through a motion putting us in favor of the support of the infrastructure so that, you know, if this gets out that they're planning on building a different highway or whatever, that we support the infrastructure, but we don't necessarily support the plan. That makes sense.
Yeah, we recognize that something is needed for this road or for these roads. That's a motion you're making?
That'd be the motion I'd make.
Okay. Robin?
So do we have, like, when we met with the Minister of Transportation and we had dialogue and conversation, have we never had anything that has stated that the 41 South is a priority or that access to the park? Are we just making another motion on top of another motion? I understand what Blaine's trying to do.
I don't know specifically if the presentation that was presented to the Minister of Transportation and the other ministers like municipal affairs and such shared that infrastructure needed to be up, like 41, it said 41 cells needed significant, it needed to be upgraded.
Like even within our strategic plan, do we address the 41?
Not specifically,
priority?
it was just a general. In there, it's about general provincial infrastructure, because we have like the 515 and others that need love too, right?
Okay.
Yeah, and the strategic, that wouldn't be ours. It's not our.
Okay, so if we do a motion like this, can we then, when we do our strategic planning, maybe tie some of our strategic priorities into our plan? Because this would fall under that advocacy piece. Okay, yeah, I can work with that.
Okay, so I have a motion on the floor by Blaine. Everybody knows what it is, or do you need it repeated? I'm not. Leslie Ann is. Ooh, you're not in a good book now, Shane.
The council supports infrastructure improvements to the Cypress Hills Interprovincial Park.
That's what you're. Yeah. Okay. Any other questions? Okay.
Is it to the park or to the roads? Getting to the park? Okay, as long as that's what that means, I'm good.
Okay. Any other questions? Not seeing any? Vote. Carried. Shane?
Just FYI for everybody. The piece that Alberta Transportation is doing now from Orion to Etzicum has 600 vehicles per day less on average per month than the existing Highway 41 to Elkwater. 600 vehicles per day less, and they're rebuilding that thing to a nice highway.
Relay that information to William. Needs. Okay, we got a couple minutes left here. Let's do 11.1. Turlin. Oh, I jumped over. Yeah. Is it? Kate, do you go ahead with 10.7?
Thank you, Mr. Reeve. No, I wanted to bring this forward just based on the timeliness of it. And I would much prefer to err on the side of caution. And, you know, obviously the Hidden Valley Ski Hill has been in the news and all over Facebook for the last probably 6 or 7 days with petitions and everything. And there's quite a bit of misinformation that's coming with it too. Like some people are implying that they're trying to sell the hill and it's going to go all privatized and all these different things. And I know that what they're trying to find is an operator to operate. But I think that it would be appropriate for Cypress County, and I think that we can encourage our municipal neighbors as well, simply just to write a letter that would come from council or from the Reeve stating that, we recognize the value that the ski resort in the Cypress Hills brings to our region, and that we, strongly encourage that the government ensure that the hill continues to operate on an annual basis. If they're talking about going privatized next year, great, but if it's looking like they may not be able to get an operator in time to have it, that we encourage the government to ensure that it operates this season as they transition into a private operator position, something along those lines. I think that it's a safe thing to do. We're requesting it. It's something that I believe that we can definitely have Medicine Hat and Redcliffe. I don't think that that's a big reach, and to encourage and maybe at the same time, it's going to clarify a little bit about what's going on too.
That's your motion then, to do a letter?
So the motion would be then that the council send a letter to the Minister of Environment and Parks, encouraging them to ensure that the park and the hill remains open as they transition to a private operator.
Richard?
Have we had any kind of communication from Elkwater, from the parks, telling us what might happen?
No.
Nothing from them.
From administration, there was some discussion some time ago that they were putting it out for RFP. And that's the only that information that I had
I was
heard.
there for that
Yeah.
meeting. That was 4 or 5 months ago. That was the only thing that was talked about.
But administratively, that's all I know.
Lloyd?
I can advise that when I spoke with the guy that is the deputy administrator out there right now, which is Pius. He advised earlier that they weren't going to do it. However, I'm going to say week and a half ago, he advised me that they thought they were going to run it.
Maybe
Hasn't been
scrambling to
official
get
yet,
guys now.
but the indication that he's getting, because he's been told to get ready to hire staff.
Okay.
But that could change.
Robin?
Yeah, and I sincerely hope that that is the case. And I don't think that the nature of the letter would be one where that if they ended up running it, that it's not going to, it doesn't make them look bad. It just reinforces. And if they end up doing it, great. On the opposite side, if we don't do it and then they end up not doing it, then we can also receive calls from people saying, well, why didn't you guys do something about it? This is just a way that we can support it in a way and, hope that they end up coming through with it and then be glad that they did.
I don't have a problem with an ask to put it forward. If we're telling them to do it, that'd be a different problem. But yeah. Anybody else have any questions or comments about it? Motion on the floor to write a letter for the government to support the ski hill. Vote. Somebody, Blaine, you give me a motion to go in camera?
I'll make that.
Okay, Blaine's giving a motion to go in camera. Vote. No, I want to do 12.1. I have a plan. Oops. 11.1, Tarlin.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Before you is a water bill.
We didn't vote.
We're
Leave
golden.
me alone, you guys. Yeah.
So before you, Mr. Chairman, is a request for a refund from a residence in Dunmore. There's background information enclosed as well. The recommended motion is that council deny the request for reimbursement for the water consumption at 701 East Fifth Street, Dunmore.
Thank you. Dustin?
I'll move recommendation number 1, that water meter is more accurate than a gas pump.
Mhm. Any other questions or comments? Not seeing any, I'll ask for the vote. That's carried. 12 or 11.2, Tarlin?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Western Tractor Local Improvement Request. Before you on page 74 and to follow is background information on the request. The recommended motions are as follow. Number 1, to council to move no action, or the council directs administration to reduce the local improvement levy for Western Tractor in the amount of $177,557.63, or the council directs administration accordingly.
Thank you, Tarlin. You want the floor before you make a motion, Richard? No. Does anybody want the floor?
Okay, I'm gonna make for recommendation A. I have mixed emotions on this one. The challenge is that this was the first one that I can say the planning commission, but also council probably agreed on it, that we needed to improve, we needed to make safety. We needed to have adequate turning lanes, and what we had before wasn't doing the job, because it was just a little sliver of asphalt that took you into your turn. There was never anything done for acceleration lanes coming out of them, and really no widening to speak of. So planning commission had to do something to start the process to make things safer. And I feel for Western Tractor, because they happened to be the first one. And I mean, they invested $344,000 in Range Road 64, which is a common practice. We've always had the developer make that road better, because they're the ones that are going to increase the amount of traffic on it. And then we come along with the idea that we want this a safer intersection. And then there's another bill for $428,000, and I would like to see us try and help them out with that corner. I'm a little nervous of what will happen down the road. And I can say down on the 120 for sure, because we did do numerous intersections that were existing, but there is a chance that somebody else will come along and they want to develop something, and we will probably make them do safe intersection. So it's a challenge, but I made the motion that we should work with those people. They spent 428,000, and administration said that if it would have been done at that time, our cost would have been 177,557. So
Shane?
I know where you're coming from, Richard, but it's like when I worked for South Rock, a permit to come out of a gravel pit, and we had to do an intersection treatment on Highway 7 as part of the building, as part of the permit. So if transportation comes along and paves and they do some other intersections going into a subdivision or whatever, we knew at the time that was our cost. It was our responsibility for picking that area. We knew what we had to do. And it's no different with Western Tractor. They picked that spot. They won it off the 120. So to start going back, do we do it to all other businesses or maybe future businesses too now? If they want to develop and, oh, no, we'll pay for the intersection because now we paid for Western Tractors too. So I feel at that time, that was part of the agreement, part of your permit to build there. And sorry, I mean, if we would be doing, if the 120 wouldn't been done for another 2 years, would it still be the same? I mean, it's just happened that we did it now because we got the funding and everything. So I don't know. I think we should not reimburse.
Robin?
Excuse me. I guess question for staff is, I'm assuming that they have an endeavor to assist that is a part of that. For the other intersection improvements that we did with this last project, is there a levy that is applied to the developments that would be potentially done in those areas down the road that would help reimburse some of that? And if so, potentially our way of managing this is just to restructure the endeavor to assist so that down the road, if people come in, that doesn't have a 5-year expiry on it or something like that. Because I see where Richard's coming from, and I also see where Shane's coming from. And, Western Tractor decided they wanted to be up by the highway. They were nowhere near any of the other commercial development. It obviously made business sense. But at the same time, I do struggle that, they covered it a lot on their own. When we were talking at that time too about the difference between developer pay versus council saying, we're going to put in what we need or what we want. And so I guess, Kim, you were going to answer the question with regards to the endeavor to assist and how that works in the levies.
Yeah, the endeavor to assist is, we extended that.
On Western Tractors, I believe they
Yeah.
asked for that request to be extended way back when they did it. But on all the other intersections, they were 100% grant funded.
Yeah.
So there was no endeavor to assist because it was grant funded on both halves, on our portion and their portion. So, and then when the developer came in to build that building, they were required to do a TIA, traffic impact assessment, by their engineers, and their engineers told them what to do on that intersection. It wasn't us, it was what they were bringing to the table with their development. So that's how that intersection got chosen, from their engineering consultant.
They gave us 2 or 3 options in MPC when that came up, and the prices were there with it. So Western Tractor knew what they were getting into when they did their project. Go ahead, Richard.
just for clarification for me, endeavor to assist would only be for the range road though? It wouldn't be for the township road, or would it be?
Actually, endeavor to assist can be on anything that they paid for that could benefit somebody in the future. So it could be the intersection if they were going to impact the intersection, or it could be the range road too. So that could be tied to it.
Okay, so if somebody built to the south that wasn't using Range Road 65, between the 120 and number 3. Like, so they couldn't get anything for Endeavor for insist on that one, but they would get it if somebody built at that intersection to the south of the 120. Is that clear? Is that right?
That's correct. And what a lot of
Okay.
people do is they time it out. So that's why people sometimes request do a 10 years. Because if it's 5 years, if you only have 2 years to wait or a couple $100,000 at development, some people might wait that out till that 5 years expired. But that happens.
There is a chance then that there could be some assistance down the road if there's another project. Okay.
I believe when that time's getting closer, we could extend it, could we not?
Yes, through motion of council, you could. You could.
It's at 10
Before the
years right now.
expiry, but it is
Yeah.
at 10.
Yeah.
It is at 10 right now. That would have to be done prior to the end of that 10 years.
Michelle and then Shane.
I'm really not sure what to say about this. It'd be different if the county paid for everything. Then I could see them getting their money back. But the fact that it was all grant funded, there's really no money to give them back. And they did this, like, say this, we didn't fix the 120 for another 10 years. We would not be in this position. They would have had to pay for it anyway. So that's my thoughts.
Good point, Michelle. Shane?
Ditto.
Okay, Robin.
Did we stack grants for that, or was it all one project, one grant?
It was stacked.
It was a stacked grant. So we used MSI money and also our STIP funding. And so we actually stacked again because we used 2 STIP funding grants. We used one for the rural resource road. That worked on traffic count. That was for the 120 for their pavement. And then we also worked on one for safety improvements for the intersections. And that was also a STIP funding.
When we went into it, did we anticipate that we would have it 100% funded, or were we prepared to pay a certain percentage of it if we had a certain percentage of funding?
Always anticipate 100% funding.
That's
That's the goal anytime we do an application.
Yeah.
And asphalt was a lot less than originally anticipated too. That helped us out a lot on
Yeah.
this project.
The tenders came in favorably for us. and
Very
that's gonna-
favorably.
That's gonna allow us to do the further improvements that we're gonna do for Dunmore. So that was something that was missed in the original, because we were looking more at heavy truck traffic and not looking at, that was my oversight, not looking at all the traffic flows. So that's something that, due to the funding and due to the money we have left over, we'll look at some of those other safety features that was presented to council, including lighting. And because that's a very dark highway or township road, I guess, but.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor here. The motion is to give back 177,000 to Western Tractor. Is everybody clear on what the motion is? The motion is to give back the 177,000. Just, all right, I will ask for the vote. Okay, that is not carried. So that's just received for information then. We don't have to vote on it, do we?
The individuals will understand that as that is defeated, that it is nothing at this time.
We're done with it. Okay. What do we have? We only have 5 minutes here. It's 1 o'clock. Not here right now, apparently. Oh yeah, blamed it, right? You finally get to use your motion. Vote. Thank you. That's carried. Okay, so I need a motion for staff to bring back some information on what was discussed at 12.1 enclosed. Lloyd, thank you. Vote.